corner. You can start. And hope everyone is fine. I'm also fine. I'm not sure if you guys have started with the assignment. And guys, this lesson is online. So we won't see whether you are coding or not. So your engagement is welcome. You are free to ask a question. And you are free to also engage, right? Any question is welcome. And then don't wait for the last day to do your assignment. Start today. After today, I expect everyone to start to complete the assignment. Because you know, this one is very important one. You change this one and complete them all. And you don't want that we all want to pass. So make sure you concentrate. The recording will be available for you to come and watch later, and then you recap and so on. If you have any question, you can raise the hand. Don't just start speaking. When you raise the hand, we'll recognize you, then you can speak. If you don't have a mic, then you can type your question on the chat, then we'll respond to it. Okay? So since you guys have started, and I've realized that you haven't done anything that you need for part 3, so we're going to continue from there. And Mr. Owen is also available on this call to assist you also. So he will be the one presenting, but I'll be on standby so that when I feel like there's something that I need to contribute, then I can contribute also. So thank you very much for attending, guys, and good luck. Mr. Owen.
Sir. Hello, sir.
So you'll be sharing the screen,
Oh, yeah.
I advise you guys to also open your Visual Studio, then you also be coding, so that you don't have to come back here and watch the recording. I think you'll understand it better when you're coding.
Alright. Morning, guys.
Like you have a question from the beginning, you can ask, unmute yourself and ask. You've been missing from the class. Taki? Go on.
Is my screen visible from your side?
Yeah, we can see function because we do post there, right?
Okay. So our last session we're busy with what is it? There was the reminder. And we didn't finish, or we didn't manage to put all the requirements. So I was thinking more of we complete what it was missing. So we mark it to be done, and once it is marked done, it will have to be deleted. So the user will have to mark it done, and after marking the task done, they can do they can delete it. So I'll first take you through that, and then after we do what we do, the quiz game, which is required. So with the quiz game, as I have recommended, you only have to use what arrays than to create different interfaces, because the code will be long. The code will be long. So since we are using WPF, it's no longer a console app. You have to search for the template if it is your first time. So you only type what WPF, and then you will see the first one that pops up, or the first one that shows there is the one that you have to select, and then you will select it. I'm going to name this project task reminder. So on this one, we won't do much of designing. We'll only put what the missing part that was not done in class on the last session. For the framework, which is the long-term support, we'll leave it as 8.0. Another thing is that if you choose like 9.0 or 6.0, if your VS is supporting 6.0, which is outdated, you will have a problem when it comes to playing a sound. So I think I'll just make a video for the sound playing, so that it automatically pick the project, because it is not the same code that we use on the console. It's a different code. The code is not even long. It's not even long compared to the last one. So I'll just make a video based on that. And also for the image, those who didn't manage to come to class, I will also make a video based on the image. So make sure that you use 8.0, so that you don't have any problem based on like if you use the code to do what to refer to. Alright, so as I said, that based on the designing side, so we will only put our list view, and then we'll put a text box, and thereafter we put a button. So we will use what the user will be entering, and we add it to the list view. After adding to the list view, we allow them to do to double click to mark the task done. So when you implement it, you have a list view for what, for the task reminders, and you have a list view for what, for the conversation between the AI and the user. So right now we are going to design the interface. After designing the interface is when we'll go forward for the C# part. So as we know, by default we will get a grid here, which is the child one. And I said that we don't remove this one. Once we remove it, it means we replace it with with the same component that is responsible for for containing information, the same way the grid is doing. So we will only set the size so that it doesn't overlap, to be the same one with the window one. So the height here, it will be 450. Same thing with the width, it will be 800. And then inside, after writing the properties here, which is the size, and then you go inside the child grid, and then you put your comment. So since you'll be designing everything in one XML, you will have to put comment and whatever that you'll be doing, so that at the end of the day, if they go through your code, they will be able to understand it. And then I'll just comment list view to show charts. And then I'll put the component here, which is list view. And then I'll put the properties, so it will be the size. I will have to make it like 300. And then for the width, I will make it to be 350. And then I will have to give it a name. So based on these two, as you can see here, we have two names. So the name with an X, it means you want to use it on the C# class, or you wanna, or you just wanna call it in order to like make it disappear, make it appear, or like you want to collect whatever it have. So I also mentioned that you can use a list view as as a storage. So you can use it as an array list or as generic. It's up to you how you want to use it. And with the functionalities, it functions the same way with array list or the list generic. It uses functions such as add, remove, get index. You see those things, and you will need them. By the time you have to remove an item, you have to mark an item to be done. That's where you get you find the index. Where is it? So if it is at index 0, it will have to get it at index 0. If it is at index 5, it will have to get it there, so that it can edit you can edit the task to mark it done and to delete it. So now I will select the second one, and then I'll give it a name. Show charts. And thereafter, so for the double click, we have a couple of event handlers on mouse, which whereby when you hover or like when you point something, it can mark it down. So based on that, it won't be good based on like interaction. So if the users just scrolling to check for the conversation, it will be marking each and every item done or removing. So we will make it to do to be double click. Once the user go to the list view and double click on the item, it will mark it down. And when they double click again, I will remove the item. It means they no longer want the item. They no longer want to use that item. So here on this one, so you're going to say mouse. So if you check here, we have the first one. is the very same one that I was talking about. So this one also indicate that mouse down, and then we have this one mouse enter, and then this one is for the leave, and then this one a left button. So the one that we're looking for is this one, double click. So we select double click. Then the very same way we're busy creating the event handlers, so we are going to create it in that way here. So you just press enter. So it will put what? It will start by the name of what? Name of the list, and there it puts what? It puts the mouse double click. So on the what? On the C# class, it is also there. So to me it looks fine. So we won't have to change it. And then moving forward, at the end of the day, we have to shift it to go from bottom to top. So obviously you were using margin on what? On CSS or in HTML. By the time we were doing inline styling, external, and also with internal styling. So you put your 4 zeros. And then now, as I can see on the design, that it is at the center by default. So here is the thing: the first zero. If I put 10, you will see it move from start to end or start to center. So it depends where you're moving it from. And then if you see on the second one, when I edit it, it move from top to bottom. So it means if you want to move a component from top to bottom, you're going to edit the second zero. And then for the third zero, it is from what? It is from end to start or end to center. So if I edit it, you will see it moves. And also for the fourth one, it is bottom to top, which is the one that we're going to edit now. So I will have to move it from bottom to top. So I'll make sure that it is by the line there. So don't allow it to show you red once it gets attached to the main one, which is what the chart grid. It will show you a red line. So once it shows you a red line, it can run, but at the end of the day, there is a high possibility of it disappearing. So it can disappear. Whatever component that is attached to this one, which is the chart grid, it will disappear. So avoid doing such. So now, since we are done with this, we will move forward to put our second component, which is the text box. So I'll start by commenting text box to collect users input. Also with this one, based on the size, I'll just say 30, and then for width I'll also make it to be 350. And then now I must give it a name because we have to collect whatever the user will be entering inside this text box. So you will select the second one, the name with an X. So just say user underscore question. Also for this one, I will have to move it because by default it will be at the center. So I'll put my 4 zeros. After putting the 4 zeros, now I will have to move it to bottom. So it will be top. It will be from top to bottom. And then I'll just close it like this. As you can see now, it is at the center there. So I'll just edit the second zero. Okay, fine. And now I'll put the last component, which is the button. just say the button to submit a question. Just set the height. I'll also make it to be 30, and then for the width I'll also make it to be 350. And then now, so for the button you can put what a closing component. So once you put what a closing component, it means you won't use what content, as I explained before, that once you put what a closing component for the button, it means you won't be using what the content, because content what the it is used to do to label the button based on what is it that the button is doing. So if the button is it's about like login, so you just type login. So whatever you type here will appear on the interface. And then the button will not have a name. Let me just close it here. So the button is here at the center. So if I zoom in, and then whatever I get to type on the content. So if I say login, as you can see here, it is also showing what login. So I'll just remove and say what ask question. So I'll just say ask question. Okay, so under this property here, I'm going to put what another property for moving the button from top to bottom. So I'll put my 4 zeros. Okay, perfect. So under the margin property, and then we will have to put we have to create our event handler that will help us to do to submit the question. So this button, when they click it, something must happen. So if you don't create an event handler for this button, it means when they press the button or click on the button, so nothing will happen at all. It will be just a code running. So if you get to create an event handler, and then whatever code that you put inside the event handler, it will be executed. The moment you click, the code will be executed. Doesn't matter how many times you click it like 5 times, it will still execute the code. So now we already know the property that we use. It will be click. So each and every property, they start with what capital letter. Each and every component, they also start with the capital letter. So here I'll just say, okay, here I did create the event handler. So here it says button underscore click. So I'll change this name to to ask underscore question. So on the C# code, I'm going to rename that button underscore click to ask underscore question. So now we are done with the design of the interface. So now we are going to the C# code. Okay, so this event handler is when they double click on an item on the list view. And then this one, which is the second one here, it is for the button. So this is where I have to change the name button underscore click to say ask underscore question. So now I did rename it. So if it happens that I don't rename it and then I try to run, I'll get an error. And if it doesn't give you an error by that time when you run it, don't celebrate, because at the end of the day, when it rebuilds or when you close it and open it again, it will fail to run. So whatever you do, make sure that everything is perfect. So as you can see, it is failing to build because of what? Because of this event handler name here. So we don't have button underscore click, but we have ask underscore question. So I'll just cancel it. So here it is also explaining that I'm missing what ask underscore question. So here I'll have to rename it to what ask underscore question, and when I run it again, now it did build successfully. Okay, let me fix the button. Alright, perfect. So on the first one, I'll just comment. So this is when what the task is double click on the list view, and this one here when the user ask a question. Okay, perfect. And then I'll just say end of what? End of ask question event handler. Alright. So now we on this one now. So since we don't have any code inside this event handler here, so this is our interface here. So if I click on the button, nothing happens because we don't have any code here inside what the event handler. So whatever code I'm going to put here, it will be executed each and every time I do it, each and every time I click the button. So first thing that I will do, I will collect whatever the user will be entering in this text box. So the name of the text box, it is what? User underscore question. So we have to collect whatever they enter using what? Using this name. So once you put this name here on the C# class, you can't declare it here, so you can't redeclare, so it will have to be unique. So now I will comment collect what the user enter. So whatever you get to collect, if you want to collect integers or like digits, it means you have to convert it or to cast it into what to an integer, because whatever you get to collect there, it will have to be in the form of a string. So you have to cast it to string, you have to convert it to string. So right now say string collect what? Collect underscore question. So this will be our temporal variable, local variable that will be assigned to whatever we are collecting from the what text box. So then I will assign, and then the name of the text box is what? User underscore question. So it pops up. So if it is not popping up, you have to what? You have to recheck for the name from what? From the text box, and make sure that it does match. You call what you have. You can't call what you don't have. So I'll go back, then say what? Text. So it doesn't stop here, because if you collect it like this, I will just show you what? It will just show you that thing of like system dot collection dot what dot list view. So it show you the name of the component. It will show you what? The import of the component. So make sure that you convert it to what? You convert it to a string. So it's either you use this as what? A string. So you are collecting as a string, or you can use what? You can use this one, which is dot to string. So by this way, you will be able to get whatever the user will be entering there. Another thing is that make sure in whatever you do, based on like collecting username, because obviously on your part 2 you were collecting the username so that it can personalize responses. So make sure that you validate. Make sure you validate. Never allow a user to continue without entering their name. Never allow a user to submit a question while the text box is what? That is empty. So now we will do what? We will validate or check if the user entered something. So now remember we have this local variable here. So since we have this local variable, it will be holding whatever the user enters. So we are going to use it based on what? Based on our condition. So here we will say if not, collect underscore question dot equals, and then you put what? You put your brackets. Inside the brackets you put what? Empty double quotations. So right here you are saying that if what? If the whatever the user enter that is not empty from what? From the text box, the code inside this statement will have to be executed. Else, if they didn't enter anything but they just do what? They just press the button submit, you will have to display what? Error message. So right here you're going to use what? Message box. You're going to use message box. So we have been using message box. So we just say what? Message box dot show message, and then inside the brackets, that's where we get to do what? That's where we get to type our message, which is very similar thing what we have been using, which is console. So we had console.writeLine or system.console.writeLine, whereby you have to write a message inside what? Inside the bracket. So they come in a form of what? In a form of a string. So we already know if you declare like a variable of a string, you can assign it to empty double quotations. So if you want to write inside them, you put what? Double quotations, and then inside the double quotations, that's where you write the message. So say just question field, it is what? Required. So right now I'll just try to run it. So when I press the button which is ask question, it pops up what? Question field is what? It is required. So now you have done what? Your validation. By doing this, you're making sure that the user doesn't just do what? Doesn't just press the button submit, because pop-ups are very annoying. So you're forcing them to do what? To enter something at the end of the day. And then we will do what? We will close this one. Now we are going to code inside here after validations and after everything. This is where we are going to code now. So as I said that we are going to focus on what? We are going to focus on adding the reminders, which is the task. So the first thing that you have to do is to check whatever the user is entering. Does it contain what? Does it contain adding a task? Does it contain reminder? Does it contain what is it? Does it contain like numbers? Does it contain like dates? You see those things, because at the end of the day, the first thing that it have to check based on what? Based on your POE, it have to check for that thing of like add the task. You see that those two words, which is add and task, are the one that we are looking for. So we will say, well, collect underscore question dot contain. As long collect underscore question contain add task, it means the user is requesting to add what, to add the task. And by doing such, it means that we also have to do to ask them based on what, would you like a reminder, just like how you have been given or provided examples on your POE. Would you like what, a reminder? If they say remind me in 3 days, 40 days, then it is fine. At the end of the day, I have to remind them based on that, which is something that we have done in class also. So right now, what we are going to do, it will be based on adding the done and removing, which is the part that was missing from there. So we will add only those whereby they contain add task. Check 1, 2, add the task. Now, so because underscore question dot operator contains add what, all right. So for the other things of like dot lowercase, dot uppercase, you will do it. So yeah, it is here because most of you have been asking if we do have dot lower, dot to lower, dot to upper. So we do have them. If you look for them there, so you see there it is. So it's a function, so it will have to be like this, upper. So you decide which one to use at the end of the day. So as you can see here, I use what, small letters, so that is why I'm saying dot to lower. And then now we will have to add what, we will have to add whatever they are asking on the list. Add the task, but get what, get the date and time. Get the date and time. So on the last session, we did manage to do to find the date, or what is it, the tasks that are due today or tomorrow. So it was also checking for such, and if the task is due today, it was also indicating that the task is due today. The only thing that was left there was that one of marking the task done and removing the task, which is something that we are focusing on now, so that we can be done with it and we can move forward to what, we can move forward to the quiz game. Now you will have your instance for this class, which is date, time. So the first thing that we want to collect before we add to the list view, it will be what, it will be a date. So what you're going to do now is the following. So you must indicate you're looking for what, for the date of today, by using what, by using a function which is dot now dot date. Perfect. And then we repeat the very same thing which will be date, time, and then this one will be for the time, and we do what, we do the very same thing which will be dot now. So it will be the local time. So it will pick what, the time of your machine. So we'll collect the time of what, of your machine. So if it's 1 o'clock, then it will take what, 1 o'clock. The interesting part is that it will be also collecting the seconds. So based on the second, it will help you to auto scroll. If now we add a task and then on like 50 seconds, and then the second one can be at 51, so on and so on. So we will also make it to scroll. So even if last time we did it for the auto scrolling, we'll also make it here to auto scroll, because most of you said that instead of incrementing a number so that it can auto scroll, what is it that you can use? So you can also use time to make it differ from another one so that it can auto scroll. And then now, since we have collected, now you must set the format. Set the format for what? For the date. So it will be a string, because I'm going to convert it into what? To a string. So say what? Format underscore date equals to, then date, and then to what? To string. And then inside what? Inside the brackets, that's where you're going to put your double quotations, and then you're going to put 4y's. So this is for what? This is for the year. Now it is 2025, so it will say 2025. But if I put 2, it will take what? The first or the last number, which is what? Maybe 25. Maybe it will start by like 3, which is 20, which is 20. But if I put like all of them, it will do what? It will put the whole year there, which is 2025. And then it depends. It is up to you which one you will use to do what, to separate them. You can use a negative sign or what, or a slash. It depends on what you want to use. But make sure by the time you're searching for the reminders of like that day, you also use the same format here to do your comparison. So I will kindly ask for anyone who was on the last session to send you guys who were not there the code, so that you can be able to see how they were searching, how they were able to store the task. So now you're going to put what? Capital letter MM, which will be what? For the month. If you put what? A small letter MM, it will be for minutes. So you see, so you don't want minutes there, you want what? You want the month. And then after that you can put what? DD, which is for what? For the day, which is today's day. So this will help us to collect what? The date of today fully with what? Year and what? And the month. And then this one, that is perfect as it is, we don't have to change it. And then finally on this one, on this part, this is where now then add to the list. So this is where we add to the list. So now you're going to call what? You're going to call the name of the list, which is what? The name that we have given our list view here, which is show chart. So we are going to call it here, which is show underscore chart, and then we're going to put our dot operator. So if you wanna deal with what is it, in the value that the list view have, we have to specify which is what? The item. So it helps you add items in terms of what values. So if you don't specify to add items, that's where you're going to have what? Problems. So after typing the name, you have to the name of the list view, you have to put your dot operator. After the dot operator, you look for what? For items. Don't look for items panel or source or string format. Look for what? For this one, which it will be what? Show underscore chart dot items, and then you put what? Your dot operator. As I mentioned before, that we have what? It works as array list. It works as what? A generic, which is list. It helps you to add items, to also remove them, to do to get the index, whatever that the list or the array is doing. So this one it does it. So now so we just user, then we concatenate using what our plus sign. Now we concatenate with what the user have entered, which is what the collect underscore question. After doing that, we concatenate again so that we can put what the date and the time. So when we concatenate, we can just break a line so that the date can be under with the time, and then concatenate again to put what the format date. We put our format date. After that, you concatenate, and then you say what maybe like time, and then you concatenate, and then you put what time. Okay, so once you're done, we can try to do what we can try to run it so that we can see if it is doing all what we are talking about here. So now our main focus it was on this. So this is what we test when we run. We test for what add task. So whatever the user will have to enter, it must contain what add task.
So we can't hear you, sir.
Can you now?
Yes.
Hello. Sorry. Hello.
We can hear you now, sir.
Hello. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so here I was saying that once you find out that the user's collection or the user's input it is not empty, then it will go to what? I will go inside here to check if the user wants to add what the task, which is something that we are focusing on now. So make sure that it is to lower case. All of them they will be to lower case. So if you want to use what capital letters here, you say what to uppercase, which is something that you were using in Java. So after checking if the user wants to add a task, it means it will have to execute this code inside. So now the first thing that we do, create our instance for the date, and then create our instance for the time. So based on this, it will help you to get the date of today, whereby the user get to add the task of today for today, and then here it will help you to get what the time. It will get you the time, minutes, and seconds. So after that, you have to set what the date that you collect here to any format that you want, because if you use a default one, you don't know tomorrow which one it will use. So if you use what the default one, and then it put what the slash, and then tomorrow you run it, it puts what the minus, the negative sign, what will happen? It won't be able to find the task that are due like that day. So make sure that you put your own format, and after doing that, we are going to do what we are going to add to our list view, which is this list view here that we have created. So now we have indicated that the user is the one that is putting or setting the task, and then we concatenate with our temporal variable, which is collect underscore question, which is what the user have entered. And then here we have also concatenated with the format date. So it must show the date of today when we run it and try to add the task. And thereafter we concatenate it with time. So on this one here, we were trying to test if indeed whatever we're trying to do here is working. So still it is validated, and if I just say okay, maybe what is password, we see it won't do anything here, so it is not adding. So if I say add task, so since I use a lowercase there, I will have to convert it to smaller to small letters, all of them, to lowercase, all of them. So now it is able to do to add my task. So it says add task, what is password, and then it shows the date, and then it also shows the time. And here it shows the format based on is it AM, is it PM. You see, so now it is PM. So it's also showing the seconds and also with the minutes. So now what is left for this one? It is for auto scrolling. So after adding each and every time, it must auto scroll. If it happens that I add to the point whereby it shows the scrolling bar on this side, so I will just test it now. Add task. Eyes. And then as you can see, it is not auto scrolling. So I will have to do to set the auto scrolling. So how does the auto scrolling work? Is that the new item added, I will compare it to the last item, and if the new item added that is different from the last item, it will auto scroll. But here is the thing: if it happens that the new item that you're adding is the same with the last item, it won't auto scroll because the is not different. So now set we're going to set it to do we're going to set the list view to auto scroll. So what is it that we do? We call the name of the list view, which is show charts, and then dot, and then we say scrolling to view. So this is what we use, scrolling to view. But now you must convert it into a list or array list. The first thing that you're gonna do now, you are going to recall the name of the list view dot items. So you are using the values there. So I said each and every time you want to store or you want to get the value there, you have to specify the items, which is name of the list. After the name of the list, dot operator, look for items. After items, that's when you are going to do to specify what you want or what you are looking for. Then now I'm going to put my square brackets. So if I just put 0 here, it will help me to get the value or the item that is stored at index 0. If I put 2, it will get the item that is stored at index 2. But we are not looking for that, so we want it to do to auto scroll. So here we are going to repeat the name of the list view. Now we are getting the total of the items that it does have inside or captured inside -1. So by doing this, if we say -2, it will compare to maybe let's say we add 3 items there, and then we add the 4th one. it won't compare with the third one. It will compare with what? With the second one, because we're minusing by 2. But if we say by 1, it will always compare with the last item. So if we add like 3 items now, and then we want to add again the fourth one, it will compare with the third one, so on and so on and so on, up until maybe you add like the same one. It won't even auto scroll for that because it will be the same. But if it happens that you put time, it will differentiate them using the seconds, because they count faster than minutes, you see. And then now let's try to run it and see if it is auto scrolling. So say add task. So as you can see here, they differ based on the seconds. So here it's 6, 8, 9. I'm sure now it's at like 16, and then again and again and again and again and again. So you see here it's at 21. So what will happen now? You see it is auto scrolling now, and then you see. So now what the task that is added, it is the same, but the only difference now it is it is the seconds. So this will help you to do your auto scrolling. So as I press, you see they are the same seconds. So that is why it was not. But now if I press, you see it did auto scroll. So this is how it will be helping you. So we are done with this one to make it auto scroll. So let's move to that one of like when you double click on an item, I have to mark it done. And when you double click again, I have to remove the item. The code that you have, which is from the last session, the last class that we had for like adding the task and everything, you only have to implement this feature that we have to add here now. This is the feature that you're going to focus on.
The text box
only.
real quick.
Yeah.
Yes.
The text box. Okay. It's this one.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Anyone who was on the last session, share the code on the group. Kindly share the code groups, only the project. So now on this one, so remember this is what the event handler of show underscore charge mouse double click, ne? So which is the one that we set here. This is the event handler for mouse double click, which is for the list view that we have here. So now we are going to make sure we get the double clicked item, then we just pop it up, and then after doing that we continue. So whatever we get to right, we debug, we check if indeed it is working. So now get the selected item from the list view. So you're going to have your temporal variable here, then we'll say selected task, assign it. Then remember we are using the list view, so the name of the list view is show underscore chart, and then dot. So remember I said that if you want to work with the values, you're going to use this function dot items, But what happens is that you won't be able to get what the selected one. The very same way of what scrolling to views. But if you say what dot items dot scrolling to view, you're going to get an error. So now the one that you are looking for is what? Selected item. Don't say selected what? Don't say selected items. Just say selected item. And then by doing this, you'll be able to get what the selected item. So what we will do, we will just debug it to make sure that it is showing whatever the item is clicked or selected there, and then we just say selected item. So by using this, I just want it to pop up whatever I get to click there. So now I will run it just to confirm. So say add task as, then I'll two of them. So this one here, which is the first one, that is at index 0, and then the second one, that is at index 1, and then the third one, that is at index 2. So now if I click this one, as you can see, it is showing what? It is showing that task. Even if I click the second one, it is also showing what? That task. If I change what? The task here, and I say okay, add task password, and then I edit, and then I double click it, it will have to show that task. So now I'm able to select what? To select the task. I did a verify for that one by doing what? By debugging. Now it is time to do what? To edit. How do I edit? How do I edit what? The task that is selected to be done when I double click on it. This is what you're going to do. You will make sure, check if what? If the task is not marked done. So this is the first thing that you're going to check there. If the task is not what? Marked done. So you're going to put what? Your if statement. Inside your if statement, you're going to do what? You're going to use the temporal variable, which is selected underscore task not equals to, or let's use what? Let's use contain. Let's use contain. So if it doesn't contain, say status done. So as long it doesn't contain status done. So because there are some tasks whereby you say done, a task done. So if it recognizes it, it will say it will remove it. So it's better if we make it to be like unique. So here you start by not. You start by your not sign here. So here you say if the task selected doesn't contain status done. Now it will have to do what? It will have to edit what? The selected task. And then else it will have to remove what? It will have to remove the task. So now inside these if statement, inside this if statement, we are going to do what? Get the index of the selected item. Now you're going to get what? The index of the selected item. So if this selected item it is at index 10, it will have to show what? That index there. So now what we do is the following. We are going to have our integer here, which is what? Int data type for temporal variable that will be responsible to do to get our index. So just say get index, then we assign. So now again we are going to use what? The name of the what? The name of the list view dot. If you check get what? get index is not there. We have like get type, get value, which is something that we are not looking for. Then now you wanna get what? The value what? The values index directly, and then you say okay, index of what? Index of the selected task. Here is the thing: if you dare to do to assign it to a string, so if you change what the data type to be what, to be a string for what, for this variable here, and then assign it to this one, I will give you an error. And then it will have to be like this. But if you hate to work with integers, what you can do is this: treat it as what? Treat it as a string, or cast it into what? To a string. So then it will work perfectly for you. But for now, I would suggest that we use what? We use int for this data type. And then now let's check if indeed it is doing what? It is doing what we want. Are we getting the index? So get index. So you see, even here I will have to treat it or to cast it. So now say index, so just say found at index, and then I will show the number there of the index. So if it is at index 0, it will show 0. If it is at index 2, it will show 2. If it is at index 20, it will show 20. So now we have to run it and test whatever we were doing here. So now we say okay, when I double click on what? On an item on the list, it must check for what? It must check if whatever I have selected there, it contains status done. And if not, I will have to continue to get the index of what? Of the selected value. And then we get to display it before we edit. So now we just validating that are we getting the indexes or we not getting the indexes. So I will run it. Then I'll just say add task, test it. Testing selected. So if you check, we have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this is at index 6. So when I double click it, it must show what? Index 6. So it says found at index 6, so which is here. And then again, if I just double click anything, we'll say what? Found at index what? Index 2, so which is what? This one here. So we have 0, 1, and 2 here, which is the one that I selected. So now we are going to make sure that when you double click by this PM here, it will say status done. So now we are going to make sure that happens. So now we are very sure that we are getting what? The indexes. So I'll just remove this code, and then now we'll say what? Edit the selected item to be marked done. So what is it that we are going to do? The very same way that we use when we're making it to auto scroll, that thing of calling the name of the list view, press our dot operator, we go for the items, then we put what? Our square brackets. In arrays doesn't matter dimension, 2 dimension, doesn't matter. Once you use what? The square bracket, most of the time it means you wanna get the value at index, whatever index that you are looking for there. As you can see, it's not giving me what? It's not giving me an error. If I was only looking for what? For an index, just say name. As you can see, so it was going to get me what? The item that is at index what? Index 1 or at index 0. But we are not looking for that, so we want to edit what it is at this index here. So we're going to use this integer here, That is why I suggested that we leave it as what an integer data type. So here you're going to call what get index, and then now you're going to assign it to selected task, and then you concatenate. After concatenating, you put two what empty double quotations, and then you say status done. So now when we double click on task, I will mark it what done. So now let's run it. So just say add task and then here, as you can see, when I double click now, it is marking what this task, which is status done. Even if I click it again and again and again and again. So the reason why it is not continuing to add status done, because we validating here. If the selected doesn't contain status done, then it will add it. So if I add another one, as you can see, these are two very same task, but it is not. You see, it is not. What is it? It is not editing what is not editing the second one there. It is still on the first one, because the indexes are not the same, and also the different here it is what it is the seconds. So here I mark this one to be done also. As you can see, both of them they are done. So I'll edit and put what ICs, and then here as you can see also something, and then I'll say okay, add task password, as you can see now. So here is the thing. I see here that these are the very same same task, same time, same minute, same everything. So when I mark this one, you see it goes for the first one, because it is failing to differentiate between the rest. So based on how you can check this one, of if the selected it is found on the list, and it is found more than 2 times, it must only mark 1, which is the selected one, specifically the selected one. That is your homework. You can use a for each to validate such. So I was only showing you where you can get to see what you can get to see a problem. So now, based on this, you see, so they are different, but the task is the same. The only difference is the seconds. So make sure you put this time there, so that it can make a difference on your list view. And then if I add again, it is auto scrolling, as we have set it to be auto scrolling. So it is auto scrolling. So if I mark the recent one done, it will mark it done. So now we are going to put the code for removing. So the first one was to double click and mark the task to be done, and then the last one is to double click and you mark and you remove the task. Now we are going to have our else, then remove if marked done. So now here we are going to repeat the same process. Or if you don't wanna repeat the same process, you can put this one up here, right here, so that it can work in both conditions. So now we see get the index. Or let me show you what will happen is that we will get to call the list view. After getting the list view, then items, and then dot so look here it says dot remove, Okay. So if you say the selected task, and now let's run it. If you don't wanna go with this one, and then let's run it now and validate if indeed whatever we're doing it is working, and then we'll say add task. I see. I'll mark it done, and when I click again, it is gone. I can edit again. I can mark the first one to be done, and when I click again, it is gone. So that is when, in this way, that is when you don't want to do to use the indexes, but you can also use what indexes. So you will choose which way would be best or good for you to use. But with me, I hate integers. They're always crashing. So now I think the reminder project that is done by adding this last part that was missing. Anyone with a question?
Sir, can you please show me the grid? The list view grid, yeah, show chat.
Yeah.
Mouse double click. Yes. This one.
Oh,
Thank you, sir.
this one. Okay.
Oh.
Anyone with a question?
Let's see.
I'm asking anyone with a question.
No, sir, no questions.
Sir, can I ask
Yes,
how
we're keeping up, sir.
Hey,
how
are
are
you
we going to
sure?
access the thingy, the recording of the session? Because some parts I missed it, so I want to go back to it and fix my code.
Oh, Mr. Shibidu is also recording the session, and I'm also recording the session. So you can come back here later, and then you just watch the session.
Sure.
Yeah. Guys, based on
now
what
one
we're
edit
doing,
task, iyaveza and then
anyone
mangiyi
with a
double
question?
tap iveze ukuthi done. Mara I remove
Ibu,
yes.
it doesn't remove the item when you double click for the second time. Okay.
Ngiyenzile.
On your code,
Yeah.
on your code, you're missing what this statement here, which is the else one. So instead of do use it,
Yeah, it's the same.
so it's like this.
Yes.
That is the same. Okay.
Yeah, if
So
not select
based
the
on your
task,
condition here,
dot
based on your
continuous.
condition,
Yeah, it's the
how's your
same.
condition? You are saying
I've been
that
following
if not,
Mara still
did you
like,
put this side? Doesn't contain
it's in Iran here.
doesn't contain that. Nothing is happening.
Yeah, it goes to the side like iveze ukuthi done. Status done on the same task.
Like, yeah. So yours is not checking for this.
Okay, let me remove. Yeah, I put spaces. Thing remove you.
Did you put spaces here? Yeah, remove the spaces. Like from the start of status, ne? There is no space. The only space that is there is separating status and done, which is what separate words.
I'm not. Yeah. Thank you.
Now it's fine. I thank you. Sure. Anyone with a question? Because we have to do the one now. Because we have to do the quiz one. With this one, which is the task reminder, so we're just continuing from last session. And so I'll just I'm asking anyone who have the code of the last session to send it to the groups, because I don't have that code. I don't have the code. So send it to the groups, and then you get an understanding of what was happening. And this code here, it was the code that was missing from the last session, because we didn't manage to fully complete it. So it means all of us are fine. We all know I won't continue if you're not saying anything. Guys, I'm asking, are we all fine?
We are fine. Okay, we are fine with this one. Yeah, we are fine. Yeah, we are fine.
I mean, we the one that we're doing now, are we all fine? Okay. Let's create a new project for the quiz one. For the quiz one. Will you guys want this project?
Yes, sir.
Sir, can I ask?
Okay.
When you're creating a new project for the quiz, aren't you supposed to be creating classes, or it needs to be a different project, all in all?
Oh, the reason why we're creating different projects is because at the end of the day, if we do it in one project, that's where you'll be lost, because there would be so much of like coding and so much of event handlers on what the main class.
So
if we do like different projects, it will be easy for you to follow or to refer to by the time you're working on your project.
Or is it bad if I have two different projects?
No, look, when you're working on your project, your final POE, you're going to do it in one project. But because here we are practicing or guiding each other based on how you can do this and this and this and this, that is the reason why we're creating different projects, so that at the end of the day, if you are looking for a code of what reminder, you will know this is the code for the reminder only. And when you're looking for a code of what the quiz game, you will know this is what the code only for the quiz game. So you are going to have one project, only one project, that will be doing everything. All right. Sorry. So the template are still the WPF application, the very same template that we have been using, the WPF application. So I'm going to name mine game underscore quiz. Sorry. For the long-term support, I'll leave it as it is for 8.0. You see on this one, if you don't understand anything, please ask questions. Don't allow me to continue if you see that you're not understanding. Okay, so in this one here, we just on the child grid, we only have to do to set the size to be the same with the main window, which is the window component, and then we just say height 450, and then for the width to be 800 or so. So by doing this, or avoiding it to do overlapping. So now, to make things fast, we can use a stack panel, which I have seen some of you using it, this component. Just comment. So with the stack panel, it helps you most of the time to align things based on like horizontal or vertical. So it's up to you how you want it to be. Do you want it to be horizontal? Do you want it to be vertical? So vertical, it's when you put components from as a list from top to bottom, and then with the horizontal one, it's when you put it's when you want your components to be from start to end. You see, most of the time you see on mobile applications, when you open it, then you see some items sliding from from start to end. They use a scroll view, which is similar to this one, based on does it scroll vertical, does it scroll horizontal. So if it is scrolling from start to end, it is using horizontal. But if it is scrolling from top to bottom, it means they have used a vertical. So now we are going to do what? We are going to put our component, which it will be so for this one, it works the same way with the grid. So it does have a closing component. So what am I gonna do? I'm gonna put the greater than sign. So as you can see now I have the opening here, and then I have the closing here. But inside here I'm missing properties. By default it have covered the whole interface. What is left of me is what you said, like the width, which is obviously 800. And then to also do to also make sure that the horizontal alignment, I'll make it to be center so that everything stay there where it is. And again, for the vertical alignment, I'll make sure they also match based on what it should be at the center. So whatever I get to put, I don't get to do to move them up and down. So just stay there as I want it. So now the first component there will be vertical alignment. As you can see here, I have tops, I have stretch, I have also center, I have bottom, but I'm looking for the center one. Now I have to also set for the horizontal alignment. Then I'll say, okay, I want it to be at the center also. As you can see now, it is adjusting based on what I'm putting, but at first by default I was covering the whole thing. Now what I have to do now is to set the width. So when I set the width, I will have to make it to be 800. So now I am done. But based on the height, I want it to expand as I add the components inside it. I want it to grow as I add the components inside it. But it will never overlap the grid one. Now here. So now we are done with the properties, putting the properties for the opening component of it. What is going to happen now? We are going to code inside. So make sure you are after this greater than sign here. You are under it. So we are here now. We just say add all the required components. So remember, I said that, but this is up to you. If you want to use if you want to use multiple designs based on designing grid for the first question, and design another grid for the second question. So they said, I think minimum it's around about 10 questions, right? So it means you're going to have 10 grids. Or you can use You can use one grid. So we are going to use We are going to use a list, which is a generic, obviously. So we're going to use our generic, which is list. So based on this generic, we are going to make sure that we add all the questions that we have. So the user will have an option of clicking next. So they select They select an answer. So if the answer is correct or incorrect, we can make it to highlight red, we can make it to highlight green. If it is correct, then they click next to move to the next one. So if on the list you go and add about 20 questions down to design 20 grids, you see, so it will automatically be adding from that list, and it will also, you can also make it to reset after they have played the game, you can also do what reset. Start from the first question, and then continue with the interaction. So what we're going to do now, we're going to maybe add the title if you want the title, and also add the text block whereby it will be displaying the question, such as like what is password, what is cybersecurity. You see those things. So it will be popping up the questions. The questions will be from what? Will be from the list. It won't be from the design. It will be from the list. You see. So and also with what? Also with this thing of what is it? Where they will be selecting the answers. So we have maybe 3 to 4 buttons, and then when they click on one, it highlights red or green. When they click next, it gives them points. So remember, I have to reward them based on point. Which one they got correct, which one they got wrong. So if we add about like 20 questions, if they got like 15 right and then 5 wrong, I will say what you got 15 out of 20, which is what they failed to answer, or to get 5 of them correct. So that's what your quiz will be doing. So now what we are going to do, we are going to add for the quiz components. Are we able to see the code? Okay, perfect. Okay, so let's add what? Let's add the first thing there. Add title of the game. So I'm going to use what? A text block. What will be the title of the game? I wanna hear this from you. Title of the What will be the title of the game?
Cybersecurity quiz.
Each all of us are going to do this quiz. Okay. Perfect. After adding that, now we must have what? Now we must have a place where we have to show the questions, like based on what is safe browsing, what is password. You see those things. So the user will be provided with 4 options. From those 4 buttons, one will be correct, and then the rest will be incorrect. So they will have to choose from there. So when they choose from those 4 buttons and they select like incorrect one, as I mentioned, we can make it to show red, we can make it also show green, when it is the correct one selected, then they press or click next. You see. But here is a thing. I will not give you everything. Based on what? Based on coloring, I can. But based on like disabling the button and also enabling the button, that will be from you guys. And most of the stuff, there will be simple stuff that will be left out. So now let's go to Edward to add the text box to show the question. So based on text, leave it as it is for now, or you can just type something like to be so that we can see if it is showing on the design or not, because if you don't put anything there, you might have a problem of not seeing it here because it will be empty. And then again for what for the name will have to be what? To be the X1, which is this one. So it will be display what? Display question. So here it is showing under what? Under this one. You can also say for the what horizontal alignment, let's make it to be center also. Here we can say displayed. Let's just say displayed. Here on this one, let's say displayed question. Okay, perfect. And then let's move forward. So on these ones, it's where we put the buttons. This is where we get to put the buttons. So based on these buttons, they're going to use the same event handler all the way, but they will have different names. You can name them like option 1, or you can say choice 1, say like first choice, serious things. You can say first choice button. It would depend which one. But at the end of the day, you must be able to differentiate them using what? Using the names. So here with the names is that we will populate what? We will populate the content based on like naming them, putting the names or labeling them from what? From the C# code. That is why we're giving them the names now. But if we didn't want to use them on the what? On the C# side, we were not going to give them names. But because now it's a must for us to use them, because at the end of the day, that are the only thing that we can make clickable based on like interacting with the user. So now we are going to comment adding the 4 buttons. For selecting what? Answer. So as you can see here on the design, first thing we have is a text block. After the text block, we have what? The text block again, but they are not on top of what? One another. But here is a thing. That is what? Based on a vertical, not horizontal. So everything will be put as a list, since you use what? The stack panel. And then the first button there, we can say first choice, we can say option number 1, we can say, I don't know, anything that have maybe a meaning. Anything that have a meaning. Okay, fine. Just say the first one there. First button. Let's give it a name, which will be the X name. So let's just say first choice button. Then in this way we'll be able to differentiate them. And then now we will have to put what? We have to put our event handler. So we just create our event handler there, then press enter. Okay, so as I said that they're going to use what? Very same event handler. So we can say selected answer, because it's going to handle what? It's going to handle the selected one. So how is it going to handle it? I'll explain when we get to that part. And then now the thing that we need now is to make sure that we name our event handler proper, so that at the end of the day it have a meaning. So if you just give it a name and you're busy referring to the code, that's where you'll be lost. So if you say, okay, since it's going to work with what? With the selection of the answer, so we'll be handling everything based on whatever the user choose. So just name it to be what? Say handler, maybe handler answer. Choice, question, selection, I don't know, selected or selection will be fine. And then let's just put it like this. Okay, based on the buttons, let me just is it too big? Yeah, it's too big. Okay, perfect. Okay, perfect. Alright, perfect. Okay, now we'll move to the second one. So it'll be so they must be familiar based on like naming. So this one we said first choice button, and then the second one we can say second choice button, so on and so on till the fourth one. So what we are going to do, we're going to have our second component for a button there, and then we put the properties. So we will have what? The name. So we just say second choice button. And then for the click of the event handler, so we are going to do copy this name there. We said handle answer selection, and then put it there. Okay, perfect. And then put your pen in there, and then set it to be 20 also, and then you close your button. Okay, we have the two buttons there, 1 and 2 so far. And then you do the same thing with the third one. So it will be third option. So just say third choice button, and then just say third choice button. Then you click in, and then we copy this name and then paste it here on the click. So make sure here on the click is the same event handler. That is the same event handler. And then just set your pending there to be 20. And then yeah, now we have how many buttons? We have 1, 2, 3 here. And then again, which is what the last one, which is the fourth one. Just say button for the component and then put our properties for the name, which is this one. And then you just say what, okay, this is the fourth one. This is the fourth choice button. Okay, all the names are related. They can show that we are working on what, on one thing. So now what is missing is the click, which is the event handler. So we're using what, the same event handler. Okay, alright, perfect. And then for the pending, just say 20 also for that one. Okay, alright, okay, perfect. Now we are going to comment put the score and the what, and the next button. So for this button, the event handler will be different, and also with the name that will be different. So now let's put the button for the next. Just say okay, for this one let's give it a name and just say what, next quiz or question. You just type it in full so that you can understand when you're referring to it. Button, and then after, so this one will have what, content, because you have to show the by default that this is what, this is the next button. And then for the event handler, and then let's name it handle what, next question. Just familiar with the what, with the handle answer selection. Let's just say handle what, handle the next question. And then for the pending, let's make it also 20. And then now, okay, so let's just put this. Perfect. Alright, nice. Okay, let's add another property for the background so that can be something unique. I don't know which one to use. Okay, this one I think is fine. Okay, now for the score, we have to show the score to the user. We have to show the score to the user. We have to show the score. Okay, so based on the score, let's use a text block. I think it can help us with that. Let's just comment show the score. So it depends. Put it at, put it by the start, put it by end, put it by like right, by left. It's up to you how you will want to put it. Let's see, sorry. Let's see, text block. Also, this one must have an going to use it on the code. So Okay, display the score for us. Score. No need to move it. No need to move it. Just say and then you can say left, right. Left. For sure, maybe by start or end, right by. It would depend. Say text. Play game first. Play game first. And then we close it. Okay, so it is showing, but by the end there. Yeah, it's showing by the end there, which is there. Okay. So we are, by doing this, we are done with the design. So before we move to the C#, move to the code. Just want to make sure that everyone is not lost and we are all on the same path.
Yes, sir.
Are we all fine? Okay. So here is the thing. There are two event handlers that we have to be careful with. Ne? So it will be handle next question and handle, we named it handle answer selection. Okay, perfect. So make sure that the handle start with the capital letter H and then answer start with the capital letter A and then selection start with the capital letter S. And then for the next button, make sure that handle start with what capital letter H and then also for what also for the next start with the capital letter N and also for the question it start with the capital letter Q. Okay, so let's validate from here, from the quiz from the text block that displays the question where we say question to be asked. So we have a name. The name is displayed. I'm very sure all of us we have displayed question. How we wrote it, we start with the capital letter D, and then for the displayed, and then for the question we start with the capital letter Q, and then we move forward for the button. I don't like this name. Handler. Okay, so you see for the click, let's remove R and leave it as handle answer selection. Let's say handle answer selection. So let's remove R, which is handler. So it must be handle. I think it will be fine that way. Also on the second button for the second choice option, let's also remove R. Also if you go down for the third one, let's also remove R, and then let's go for the fourth one, let's also remove R. Yeah, now it makes sense. Okay, alright, so before we continue, are we all fine?
Yes, sir.
Are we all sorted? Okay, so make sure you copy these handler names. Yeah, just copy the name. So now we're going to the C# class and then click on the C# class. So I think we only created one one event handler. So now replace this name here where you see private void for this event handler and paste the name there, which is handle answer selection. And then again just comment the end of what handle answer selection event handler. Okay, perfect. Now event handler for the next button. So now you're going to do what? Do the same thing. So it will be private void, and then now you have to call what? You have to call the name of what? The name of the button that is responsible for what? For the question there, for handling the next question. And then after that put your object name. So we're going to use this object name also. So then for the role event argument, then now it is perfect. So let's verify the name of what? The name of this. So it's next handling next question, which is this one here. So if you come to this one, then just paste. Sorry, it's object sender here. Also here. Okay. So please fix here. So it's object sender, and then rotate event argument, which is this one here for each object name, which is E. Now we have these two. So these are the two that we have to be careful about. So make sure that you have them before we can proceed. How done?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
How done? Okay. So these two for now, we don't touch them. We will leave them as they are. But one thing that we must make sure we do, we must run it just to check if we do get the design or any error that will pop up. So before we can move forward. So the only thing that you have to see is the design, like the interface. That's the only thing you have to. Okay, so based on the interface, it is taking what almost everything, because we set the size to be what to be the same with our stack panel, which is fine also. Okay, on my side I'm able to do to see the design. I'm able to view the design. Are we able to see the design when we run it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So now if you scroll up under the public partial class, which is here, so you can see we have our opening calibrates there, and then here this is where we are going to do to declare most of the variables that we have to use, which are global. You see, so there will be global variables. So these global variables, they're going to help us populate whatever we have to populate while the game is running or while the users interacting with our game. So by default we have our integer, which will be responsible for the question index, and then also we will have an integer variable for the score. And then again we will have two patterns based on incorrect and the correct for making sure that we highlight maybe the correct one green, we highlight the incorrect one red, so it will be responsible for such. And then again we will have a list. So this list is going to work based on adding all the questions. You see, it adds all the questions with the answers. So first, I'm very much aware that we have done the getters and setters, right? Getters and setters. We have done this in Java.
Yes,
It is there. Did you guys do it? Okay, perfect. Okay. All right. So we have our global declaration for all instances and variables. So we'll be declaring whatever we want here. So first thing first, list, which is a generic. So we are going to have our list. So let's just for access modifier. For our access modifier, it will be private. We only want to use it in this class or within this class. And the reason why we make it to be that global is because we'll be using it in other methods. So we don't want to use it in one method. We want to use it in multiple methods. That is why we set it to be a global. Because at the end of the day, if we make it to be local, we'll be doing something related to redundancy. So it will be redundant based on like declaring. So once we declare it on top, that means it will be fine. We can use it multiple times, more easy. Okay, so now on this one, so instead of putting a data type here, we will have a class that will be responsible for the getters and setters. So what we are going to do, we can name our class maybe like quiz game, or quiz question, or quiz choices. That'll be up to how we see the name fit on this one. So now let's give it a name. So this will be responsible for the data. So we can just say quiz data. So inside the less than and the greater than sign here, you can see, okay, this is for the questions. So the questions, we can say quiz questions, quiz data. It's up to us. What is it that we can name it? So we can just say, okay, question, quiz. I don't know. Let's just say quiz question. Okay, so the reason why we have an error is because we don't have this class. So we have to do to create this class. Beside that, so let's continue. So seeing this error doesn't mean we're doing anything wrong. The only problem that we're facing now is because we don't have that class, which is quiz question. So that class will be responsible for the getters and setters. So it will get to us, it will set and get. So it will do what? It will assign whatever we get to store, and then it will return it. So we know those methods whereby they return values, right? We have a string method whereby we can say, okay, private string, and then we give it a name. It will wait for the return, then we return something. Private int for the integers, and then it return a sum of something. Then we have what? Private list, also private arrays. You see those things, array list, you see those things. Those are returning methods. So it's the same thing with what we are going to do for the getters and setters. So now let's continue. So we will have what? We will have our access modifier for our integer. So this one now, it will be what? For the question, what? Index. So by default, it will start at 0, as we know that arrays start to count where? From 0. And then the third one, we have our access modifier. After access modifier, what is it that we are going to have? We're going to have our score. So can just say, okay, based on this, I say, okay, this will be our current store based on like running. If they reset the game, it will be removed. So it will start at 0, it won't start on high. So it will start there at 0. So now we must have the buttons. So let me also comment here, variables, and then on this one let me comment what? Buttons. Okay, so our access modifier will be private. So private for what? For the buttons. So the very same way you do what? You do your components there. We start with what? With a capital letter for each and every component. So what will be our first button? So we must get the selected choice from the user, the selected answer, the selected whatever that they will be selecting. So I'll just say, okay, selected choice, because I think we have first choice, third choice, don't do, so we can't name it the same thing, so it'll have to be unique. So based on this, you just close it, or you can assign it to null if you want. So this is up to you. This is up to you how you want it. You cannot assign it, you can assign it. And then again, come to this one, this second button. So this second button is for the correct choice. So here we get what is selected from the user, and then we do comparison with what? With this the correct one. But there is a thing. This will help us to do to color them. As I mentioned that we can color the incorrect one red and then the correct one green. So we can just say, okay, based on this one, it's when they have selected what the correct choice answer, choice, what is it they're selecting? They're selecting a pattern. So yeah, let me just assign this also. And then now we're done with our global declaration. So go back to this one where you have an error. So when you hover on it or when you point on it, you see this bubble here, and then click on the bubble, and then it says generate type, and then also generate type quiz question, and then it says generate class quiz question in a new file. So this is the one that we are looking for in a new file. That's where we are going to do our declaration. That's where we're going to create our class. So click on that one and we'll create a class for you. And then in order for you to open the class, just hold control, and I always say the very same, and then control, and then you point on what the class of the name of the class that we just created. So you click on it, it will take you to that class that we just created. So on that class, internal will have to be changed to public for access modifier. After changing the access modifier to public, now it's time to do our getters and setters. So our getters and setters will have to be public, because we are going to use them or to call them on the main class, which is main window. So another thing is that pay attention to this. So if you set this access modifier to be private, it's going to give you an error because it has been used on the main class. So it must be what? It must be public. And also for the getters and setters method, it should be what? It should be also public. So the first one, so it will be public. So if you check, we'll say string, okay, which is fine. So we just say, okay, question. So this is a question that the user is going to see there. Then our open curly brace and close curly brace, and then inside there, that's where we put what our get and set. So it must get and then assign, ready to return. So we'll say get for us, and then set for us. So this is how it should be. So we must get, and then it's set for us, then it return. As I mentioned that the string method, they return at the end of the day. If you declare it now and then you don't return, you get an error. So now we're doing what our getters and setters. If I change it to be void, you see I'm getting an error. I can't do that. I can't return anything from a void method. So if I change it back to that data type, and then now we have the second one. So it will be public, which is what the very same thing, string. So here we say, okay, correct answer, correct choice, correct button. So just say correct choice on this one. Open calibration, close calibration, then I will get and set. Then now on this one, get and set on the list. So this is going to hold all the wrong options. So since we have around 4 buttons, it means it's going to hold around like 4 or 3 incorrect answers. So we will make it to be what? To be a list. So a list can allow us to do what? To return. Based on the data type, what is it that you are going to store? Obviously, you're going to store like words. So it will be what? Words. So just name it like answers or like whatever the choice the user will make. So you just say get for us and then set. Okay, perfect. So now we will make this one to hold about like three incorrect answers or 5 or 4. But since we have 4 buttons, I think we'll put 3 here and then plus this one, which is the correct one, because you have to be included when we display to the user. Or have to be what? To be included there. So there will be 4. So I think they do match with what? With the button there. With the buttons that we have. We have 4 buttons. If we're going to have like 5 buttons, we're going to do the same thing of like put in maybe 4 here and then plus this one was going to be 5. So since we have 4 buttons, just put 3 here plus this one, it will be 4. Then it will be 4. Okay, so now we're done with this class. We're no longer going to touch this class. So this class is a class that we are done with. No one have an error.
No, sir.
Anyone with an error? Okay. If no one have an error, let's go back to the main class, which is this class. Now we are back here. So the error here is gone. We don't have any error. Everything is fine. Now we have this here. Let's move forward. Okay. Under what? Under the public main window here, we have what? The closing calibrates for it. And then under it, that's where we are going to have what? Our method. So we'll say, okay, method to load what? To load the quiz data. Method to load the quiz data. So we are going to store maybe like we can't store like 10 questions. Just store like 1 or 2 questions or 3 questions. So it will depend. So for the access modifier, we'll keep it private. So we just make it like a void, because we only want this code to be executed only, nothing much. Then we'll say, okay, load what? Load the quiz data. So this one will be responsible to do it, to load the quiz data. Reason why I'm making these things to be long based on the name, because I want you to follow it easy and easy to do, to read and understand the name. So all the names must have a meaning based on these things. So put our opening calibration and closing calibration, then comment here, end of the method, load, quiz data or info. Okay, perfect. Then we'll go back inside. So on this one, pay attention on this one. So now, since we have quiz data here, that is the name of the list here. It's the one that we are going to use now for our fully initializing instance. Now say what? Okay. Store info. We call what? We call the quiz data list name. Assign it to new what? Then inside here we say okay. Quiz question class. After that, you put your opening calibration, closing calibration, and your semicolon. Now the error is gone. Within what? Within these two calibrations, make sure you have the opening calibrate and then you have the closing calibrate with the semicolon after. Make sure you have that. Okay, so since we are done, let's move forward. Where is this thing coming from? So, in order for us to be able to add from this is how you be adding. So you say new quiz question. Then put what your open calibration, the closing calibration, and then you break it like this. So you have two of them like this here, and then inside. So from this class, we had three getters and setters. So the first getter there and the first getter and setter there, that is for what? Is for a question. So say question. The question. So this will be our question there. Okay. As I say, and then in order for you to continue to the next one, to the next line, if you want to continue adding for the correct answer, you put what? A comma. It means you're still continuing, and then we go forward for the choices. So we are going for the correct choice. Okay, and then there say was not nice. I think so. Because people were disappearing. Again, so we are continuing. So as we continue on this one now. on this one now we are going to use the choices. Check this carefully. Since it's a list, we might say, okay, so it's a string, obviously. So after that, we put our two calibrations. So it is like this. Now, we must have the first, second, and third. So we'll store 3 combined with this one. That will be 4. So the first, second, third. Okay, counting from the corrected one, it will be first, second, and then third and fourth. So these must match with with our 4 patterns at the end of the day. It must match with our 4 patterns. So now, if you check now on this one, this calibrates here, that is for this one, so it's closing from this one. In order for us to add the second question, we put a comma here on this one, after this one here. Sorry, I was done with the first one. I was done with this. Okay. So I said, in order for you to continue adding, then you put your comma, and then you press enter, skip a line, and then after skipping a line, and then you're going to start again, new quiz question, and then you put your opening calibration, closing calibration. You repeat the same thing there. You repeat the same thing you did above there. So the first thing that you're gonna do is set the question.
$27.
Just as this one, POE is given, and then you put your comma, and after a comma you just set for the correct choice, and then when is it due? So we also put a comma here because we want to add for the incorrect choices. So you just say, okay, choices here equals to new list, which will be a list of string, and then open calibrate, close calibrate, and we going to add them here. Okay, I'll say okay, 27 May. 27 I'll say 27 okay, so I think we'll only add 2 of them. So if you want more, you continue to do the same thing. Put a comma here at the end, here at the end, and then you continue. So how do you see that this is a new question? You see by this, a new quiz question, opening calibrate, and then its own closing calibrate. End of second question. Put to add another one. Are we done with it?
Sure, sure, sir.
To communicate it
Yes,
will be good because we are online.
We
I
have
can't see anything
two
if someone is
choices.
behind or
Is
not.
should I use the global variable name?
I'll ask again. Are we done? Yeah.
Yeah. No, because on both choices, you have all choices. That's the
Mhm.
choice. Yeah.
Check on this one. Okay. Is it giving you the error on the first one or the second one? We have new quiz, which are two of
Yes.
them, right? Is it has given you the error on the first one?
Yes.
On yeah, yeah. So look, did you say choices and then you assign it to a new instance
Yes.
for the list? So inside the greater than and the inside the less than and the greater than signs, do you have a string data type?
Comma. Yeah.
Okay. After that, do you have you don't put the same column, eh? Do you have a opening calibration and the closing
Yes.
calibration? Okay, inside, do you have the
Yeah.
three values? So you separated them by what? By a comma, right?
I have a comma there.
Okay, perfect. So check. You see on the correct choice.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You assigned it to what the first one. It was not nice, right? And then after it was not nice, what do you have? You have a comma. Also on the first one.
Yes.
On this first line here for a question. Okay.
Proceed.
So look, validate from this. First thing you have there is what new quiz question, right? And
Yeah.
then you have what opening calibration. After opening
Sorry.
calibration, you have what question.
Yes.
Okay, you assigned your question with a value which was Isaac nice on 12 June, and then you separate it by what by a comma, right?
Yes.
Then you put what correct choice, right? And then then you assign it. It was not nice, and then you put what comma. Okay, then you put what choices. After putting
Sure.
choices, you assign it to a new list, right? And then
Sure.
you have what a data type of what of a string.
Yeah, it's on the second one now. The
Okay.
second choices.
Highlight this line here like this. Remove it.
Sure.
Is the error
No
still
error.
there? Okay. On the second choices, do the same thing
Sure.
and remove it. Do you still have it?
Sure.
You have no error. So here is the thing. I want you to retype. For the first one, retype this.
Okay.
But before you do that, open that quiz question class. On the quiz question class, do you have it like this?
Small letter, so I can see the error.
It's public list, and then inside the less than the greater than sign, we have string. And then for the name, there is what? There is choices.
So far.
Okay. Alright, so you can undo and
Yeah,
then
choices.
put the capital letter C.
Choices. Yeah, simnat. Yeah,
Is
it's
it
better.
fine now? Yeah? Recreando mais. Asbong. Anyone having any issue there? So no one
Yes,
having
sir.
any issue.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So we can continue. Okay. So we only have 2 questions. So if you wanna add more, you can add more. The only thing that can separate them is what is this comma here. So it means if I put a comma under here, it means I want to add the third question. So since I only want us to use 2, we will add like that one as we see it running. So now, this is the method responsible for what? For loading all the questions. So now, we are going to call this method under the initializer. We see on the public main window under what? Initialize component. So we will say what? Call the load quiz method. So it will be load quiz data, and then now it will be like that. So by the time the program runs, it will be able to do what? It will be able to get to store all these questions with their answer, with their wrong choices. And then now we have to test it. So you have to run it just to see if it is not crashing. Just to see if it is not crashing, so that if it crashes, we fix it now before we move forward or go forward. Okay, so it is running. So by doing this, it means it is able to store the quiz. So it managed to store both of them, our quiz here. So now it is time to populate them inside our button. But before we do that, you must be very careful with this. There is a method which is for clearing. So each and every time the user press next, I must reset the patterns. So if this method is not there, the colors of if the user press the wrong answer and then it highlights like red, I won't be able to reset the color to like gray or whatever default color is having on the design. So what can we do now? What can we do is that we have our method to clear or to reset the buttons, and then we have a method to do to populate all the answers. Now, very same thing. On top of this command method to load the quiz, we are going to have what? We are going to have another method. So we just say method to So that will be a method to do it. So for our access modifier, it will be private. So it will be a void, and we'll show quiz. So let's call this method here on the show on under load quiz data, and we do it there. And then now we have both of them. So by the time it runs, I'll load the quiz, and then here it will get to show the quiz there. But I wanna ask first.
Yes, sir.
Do you understand it?
Yes.
So far, based on
Yes,
what
sir.
we have been doing. Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I say I'm fine, sir. I get it.
Alright, perfect.
Yes.
Anati,
I'm none, sir.
do you get it? Energy. Energy is quiet, but he or she have a lot of energy. But oh, you're fine. Talk hello. Hey. Empty. Yeah, quiet, man. Hey, Karabo. Me, I knew Karabo. He just recorded the session and leave the laptop. Yeah. Hey.
Yeah, we can see it now. Yeah.
Don't tell me you don't see it now. You sure? Bonita Tamahala sometimes. Yeah, loop. What will we do in Venezuela? Okay, show quiz. This one. Okay, say get the current index quiz. So we have two buttons here, which is these two: selected, choice, and correction. Choice button. So every time start new, we have to reset them. So it will be correction. Then the selected choose is close enough. Okay, perfect. And then now we must current quiz. So if we go up, we get the question index. Okay, we have a question index. Questions, values. Okay. Alright. Instead of starting it anew, you can say okay, current. Say current quiz, and then we're going to use the list, which is what quiz. This one here, because already it stores information first and then we retrieve it after. So it will be quiz data, then our square brackets and close it. So which one that will be pass this one question index. So pass our question index, and then now since we have passed our question index, displays the question. Okay, so for this, if we check on the design here, we have this text block. I said we're going to use it as this one here as a question display. So we have this one here, so let's call it there now. What's the name? Displayed question. So we have displayed question dot text, and then we assign it with the following. So the current quiz, then dot question. So we close it there.
Yes, sir. Hlezi fast so.
How done? As I wish in class you can be fast like this. Muna. Abela manje you're replying for everyone. Okay, once you are done, please run it. Run it, so it should be able to pick up like a question now, like to display on the graphic user interface when it pops up.
That's too nice.
It was too nice. Too nice.
So as you can see, the first question will be, was Isaac nice on 12th June? Was it nice though? I am quiet.
Yes, it is.
I can.
Yeah.
It's the way people were quiet. Okay, is it showing the first question? It is, ne? Okay. Perfect. Alright, so let's close it and then let's go back to the code. And then under here, hey, we have to come up with a plan of how we shuffle them, like based on like populating them. How we do that. Okay. Here the choices, share buttons, share buttons. Okay. Hey, how to populate? Never fish.
It's a dry or it's the same. I hear Sileke. Oh.
I will not vela natul.
I think you don't use the object.
Wow. I was asking how are we going to populate them? You see that thing? We have to add them to the buttons now. How can we do that? Like suggest. Those. The thing that can help us is this one, because this one, you see, we managed to get the question right, which is the question that is now showing. So this is the only thing that can help us here, which is very correct for the object name that we have now. But hey, okay. If first we shuffle them, or first we use the expression, lambda expression, to make sure that everything is converted to a list, and then we shuffle them using what the index is now, from 0 to maybe 3, 4. Angekho no one avula ChatGPT manje. You guys specialize in ChatGPT, man. Let's just shuffle them. Okay, we're going to use this one here. This is the object name. To convert it to our list. Just say correct quiz dot choices. So let's put them in order. So let's put the expression inside there. We know how to put the expression, right? Hey guys,
Lambda expression.
I'm asking. What is this expression? Eh? Okay, so how you did this thing in class, I'm sure. Okay, so our first button, we said what? First choice button, right? And then we must set the content. And for that, it will be equals to the shuffled. And then we must go for index 0. And then we have a second button. Content, go forward for the shuffle, it will be for index 1, and then for the third,
No, there's a fourth one.
so go for the content, for the shuffle, for the index 2. It's better, Lola. Fourth button. Will be dead. Hey, I am smelling out of bounds. You know that error? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. And we said plus the question there. Okay. after doing this, let's test and see if it runs. I will.
No, sir. Also, mine is showing show output from build, showing nothing.
Mine is showing that it's running, but it's not popping up. It's in mine alone. It's showing what?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. You see, for the fourth one there. You see this one? Yeah, let's comment. Don't comment it out, ne? Let's say correct one. Just say.
Why did you say there was the fourth one again?
Correct.
There's
One.
another one. Oh,
So
actually.
another thing that you can do, you can make it to randomize them. You can make it to randomize them, because if it's like this, it means it is fixed. So we always know the last one is the correct one. You see. Yeah, I mean, just someone mentioned that there are 4 buttons, right? Okay, which is this one here. But remember, on the wrong choices, you only have 3 of them, right? Not 4, right? You see here. You see here, we have wrong answers, which is 1. So we separate them by this comma here. 1, 2, 3, right? Yeah, so here it means we are converting these to a list, so that we can shuffle them here or to add them here using what? Using the indexes. So we have 0, 1, 2, which is 1, 2, 3, right? So the 4th one, it was out of bounds. That is why it was not showing. So now I'm saying that on the 4th one, the 4th button, so we will assign it with what? With the what is it? Current quiz dot. So we are getting what? The correct choice there. We assign it to that correct choice. So it will be like this.
Yes, sir, we did. Let's try it now.
Yes, it runs.
Yes,
Yeah,
You will assign it.
Once. Yes.
Does it run? Okay, so it also shows like the correct one, right? Okay. Yeah, perfect. Alright, so at first it was out of bounds because I remember we didn't store like 4 of them on the what is it? On the wrong one. So here we only have 3, and then the 4th one we said it would be this one, which is the correct one. And here we were doing what? We were assigning the 4th one on what? On the 4th value, which is something that we didn't have from choices. So we had to fix that. Okay, perfect. Okay. So now we are going to what? We are going to the event handler. Scroll down straight to the event handler of handle what? Handle the answer selection. This one. On this one. Scroll down to that one.
It's
Yes, sir.
Out there.
Sender.
Okay. If you look at that, which one is our object name there? Perfect. So remember, the buttons from the design, they are using what? They are using the same event handler. So the sender is the one going to help us to be able to identify, is this the correct one or the wrong one, correct one or wrong one, you see. So remember, we have a global a button that we declared there, which is more of like the selected choice, which is this very same thing that we are going to use, and then it will be equals to the sender, which is what our object name. How are we going to address it here? We must treat it as what? As a button, which will be as a button when it comes to this one. So by specifying this, we will be able to do what? To get what the button holds based on the content. So here you're going to have it like this. Okay, this is the chosen one, which the user have chosen or selected. So we just say, okay, based on the selected choice, the content that your string, and now perfect. And then again, then check with what? With the correct on the current quiz. So the quiz that is showing on the interface, né? You see that quiz? It have what? A correct answer, right? But it is showing with the wrong ones. So now we get the correct answer to compare with the button that the user have selected, because so far we collected and then we converted or cast it to a string here using what? Using toString. So now just say, okay, string, which is what? For the correct, equals to, we have what? We have our global is, which is quiz data, on which index, which is the global one. The global index is what? It's question or what? Is this one? Okay. Okay, perfect. We are going to check if it is correct or not, our if statement there. So it will be obviously like this. So if the chosen is equals to the correct one, then now which color do we set the button to be?
Green, sir. Yes.
I'm asking. Green. Okay. So say the selected choice at background for the border what. Let's use this one, which is very simple. Just go for what? For the brushes.
Yes, sir.
You said green. A green, light green. It's which one? This one or light or is it fine? Okay. Okay. As long as it shows green. Okay, and then assign to hold. So now we're assigning to hold. So we use what the correct choice button to assign to what, to the selected choice. And then yeah, let's do this. Let's do this. After doing that, after doing this, run it, and then select the correct one, and see if it is changing the
Yes,
background.
sir, that's true.
Yes, it is, sir. Yes. Great. Yeah,
It's
great.
changing, right? Okay, perfect. Okay, let's move to else.
Yes, yes.
Okay, now we are on the else. So I'm going to do if incorrect. Okay, if it is incorrect, which color do we use? Dark red, danger. So repeat the same thing, dot background, and then assign, and then brushes, and then dot. Okay, dark red. Okay, so now
We are on.
um
Online, sir.
good. Run it, and then select like incorrect one.
It's fine. Yeah, yeah. Everything correct.
It's fine. It's showing red. Okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. Let's move to the second one. To the second event, event handler. Which is this one. We are on this one. Handling next connect. What is it? Next question. Are we there?
Yes, sir.
Are we in that event? Hello. Okay. So it will be if, And then we use the global variable, which is what selected choice. Okay. As long the button is what is null, show error message. There will be message that show. Okay, and then say please select let's see, choose one. Choices. Okay. How else? Okay. Add points. And only if correct. So now we are going to do this. String. So we'll repeat the same thing that we did on the previous one. So we dot content dot to string. And also the string for the correct. And then we use our global list. And then for the question index, and then we get the correct choice, then close it like that. And then now check if correct. And now, which is the final if statement of checking if correct, then we check only if whatever we're doing is what correct, then chosen as long as it's close to the correct answer. And then add point, so it will be the current score increment. Then show the score. Display. Okay, display score, the text goes to score, concatenate with current score. After that, then move to the next index question. Then say question index increment, and then
It's not load.
what is the name
Okay,
of the
it's show. Yeah, it's show.
method? Is it show?
It's show, sir.
The method that is responsible to add the quiz is this one.
No, sir. No.
No, sir, please wait.
No.
Load is responsible to store the. Okay. Alright, perfect. Are we done with this?
Alright.
No stress. I'll wait for you. I'm here. The whole day. Don't worry. Where is Karam? Is he around?
Oh, me no lo attend and la. Liquor kote.
Empty. Where is Karam?
I was still together, guys.
Same WhatsApp group with this one who said you want to
Are they still here?
switch on the heater.
Oh.
Oh, Mr. Owen. So. Sir,
Yeah, they are still
I'm
here.
getting an error for your display score.
Yeah.
Display.
But one is disappointing me. He's doing what I said he would be doing. Yeah. Yo. Display score. Okay. Oh, go to your design. I think it displays score. See, is the last text box.
Okay,
So it is here. We comment and show the score. So it is the name. It is display score. The X name. It is display score.
Yeah, it's
Check
fine.
if he wrote it correctly. So display start with a capital letter D, and then score start with a capital letter S. Is it fine?
I said saying cannot implicitly convert a string.
Is it fine for everyone?
Let me see. Let me see. To Windows, to the text block. Saying system Windows controls text box.
A string to okay, so it's highlighted. Okay. So we will have to set it. To me, it's working. Let's move to the next one. So we are left with the method of resetting the color. You see, it is still green here. So let me choose. Yeah, you see when it's wrong, it shows the red. Oh no, I understand. I understand. Because it is incrementing, maybe it is allowing you to rerun the quiz even if it is out of bounds. Don't worry about that one. So let's do the last method of clearing the color. Scroll up, 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 up. So you see where we have this method, which is a method to load the quiz data. On top of that comment.
Yes, sir.
Out there. Okay, so let's comment method to reset patterns. So it'll be private for the access modifier. And let's make it void because we only want the code inside this method to be executed. So just say clear style, it's fine. Okay, so this is our method, and then we'll comment on this one, end of the clear style method. Okay, perfect. And then now let's use for each to reset. For each, open bracket, close bracket, put what calibration, and then okay. Another thing, don't code this. I just want to show you. Let's say maybe say okay, the choice they selected in what, in a new bundled patterns. So you just say new bundled patterns. So what happens is that you see by this, I did explain it in class that whatever the first thing that you get to assign to, if it's an object, it will be an object. If it's a string, it will be a string. If it's an integer, it will be an integer. Ne? We all remember it, right? Okay, perfect. So here it is button. You see? So it is button there. Okay. So now let's code inside the brackets. Okay. Whatever the user selected, and what in the new bundled buttons. So we list all the buttons here from the first choice button, then we put a comma to list what the second button, put a comma. We list all of them, and then we go for a third one, comma, and then we put what the fourth one, and then you're done. So we can code inside calibration.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, done. All of us. Okay. So let's go inside the 4H now. So as I said, here on the var, you can put what pattern. You can put pattern if you want. You see? It will work. Now, let's reset. So we just say if, let's start by this. If the choice is not equals to the correct choice button, and then we'll say okay for a choice. Let's go for a background, equals to brushes. The default color is what? Light? Yes, light gray.
Yes, sir.
After doing this, you see on top here where you commented method to reset the button, there is a closing curly brace, right? We all see it. The closing curly brace here. Okay, there you will call the clear style method, on top of it.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
They will call it. I'm done with the clear style method.
Yes, sir.
This method, are we done with it? Okay, so check. So let's confirm here. Under this comment, correct one on the load quiz. We have fourth choice pattern, and then after that one we have what, the clear style. Do we have that? Okay. So just try to do to run it. So on the bed one it says, yeah. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Alright, so based on the condition that we set, it only allows what? It only allows the correct one. So what are we going to do? We're going to, you see here, we are back to the clear style. You see on the clear style, Okay. So we are going to remove our if statement. Remove the if and leave only this one. Leave only this one inside the for each. Our for each must be like this now.
Yes, sir.
Oh, done. And then let's run it again. And then let's select the wrong one and see what happens. Okay, so it's only passing through and it's correct one. Alright, nice one. Okay, so let's scroll down to this one here for the event handler of handle answer selection. See where it says if incorrect, and then it uses what the dark red. Let's say correct choice. Of course, you are to the selected one. Also. Yebo. Yeah. After doing the test, run it again.
Yes, sir.
After doing that, also go forward for the handle the next question. You see on the check if correct. Yeah, so we here. So there we're going to put our else. And then we do what? Move to the next question. So on this one, the user doesn't get points. So we just increment the index. And then we close it, then we show what? We show the quiz.
Yes, sir.
And by doing that, now it should be working. And then let's run it.
Yes, sir.
And you click next, even if it is incorrect, it will take you to the next one. Is it taking you?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
so now it's fine. Okay. So most of you are expressing that error of out of bounds, it crashes. You see on the second one, because we have two questions, right? But when you're on the second one, you press next, it crashes. Okay, so now we are going to check for that, and then check if the user. So we are on the show quiz method, check if the user is not done playing. Just say if, and then say okay, the question index must, you see, so once the question index is greater or equal to the quiz, the quiz data. Show complete message. So we use our message box to show, and then say you ready. Then concatenate with the score. And then reset again. The current index must be reassigned to 0, and then the score must be reassigned to 0 also. And then show the quiz again. After doing that, and just say cut the exit. I just say stop there. Now you just say return, and after doing that, run it. You see it will pop up the message, and thereafter it will reset the game back to the first question. Is it doing that? Is it doing that?
So it's showing the score, but then afterwards it's not exiting. So it's showing the total score, yes. And it's showing the message that you have already completed, but afterwards you can't really cancel it.
I'm asking. Let me see if I run it now. Okay, another thing, you see on the go to your design on the stack panel there, on this one here. You see on this one, make it 700. Make it 700 so you can see the score without enlarging the design. Okay, so if I run it now,
yes,
what you see, then I say it was fair. Okay, so my score it is what? It is 0. So it says you already complete the game. Oh, it is showing this. Okay. Alright, not a stress. Let's go and reset it. So it's the index. So you see there on the under the current score, which is equals to 0. So let's say the index is equals to 0. Ne? So now we have these 3 variables reset to 0, all of them. Is it fine now?
Yeah, it's fine now, sir.
Then try to rerun the program.
Yes.
So, we're still having the same problem.
Now it's fine.
Yes, sir.
So it's resetting, right? So it's going back to like first question and everything. So now say, yeah.
It's not. It doesn't want to choose.
Oh, look! You see here. You see here. Where we said, yeah. Did you reset the question index? No, you close the. Did you close the last one that was running? Oh no, it does. You know what you can do? On the task bar there, here, just right click on it, look for task manager.
Yes.
Okay, here is the thing. Hold what? Hold Control Alpha Delete, and then select. Hold Control Alpha, and then delete, and then select Task Manager. Task Manager. Did you get it? Yeah. So look for what? Look for quiz. What? Look for the quiz.
So
look for game underscore
we're working
quiz,
on
which
the
is something
Visual
like
Studio,
this, and then end the task.
But then, yeah, and it's not showing at all.
Read close.
Let me close the project.
And then you have to close the visual and open it again. Close the project, then open the project again.
Say, hey, as second island, he closed the like he also is the virtual lab, and then he opened it again.
Still the same story.
The things haven't closed as
Oh,
of
done.
yet. Huh?
It's infinity. It's infinity. So here is the thing. Open it again. Like open another project. You see how we open the project as another project. Leave that way.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it is there. They are saying that search for it. It is there. The tax manager.
I would say, what's always still
Yeah.
Oh, man, come here now, Mr. Owens.
Again.
Okay. Hi. I want to go search bar. Mo search thing. It's task manage.
Oh. Yeah, kibuti task manager and stuff.
I share a mini game or a game. Why to be to
Okay. Oh. I say end task musla.
Sir.
Sure.
Sir.
He came.
An easy way to rerun there.
You don't see it.
Wow.
You see. How is it showing yours? Yeah. You click on it, which is game underscore please, and then you end the task.
You can just press that. Yeah. Have you tried it now? It worked for me.
Yeah, Kati. You see?
The programmers now, man.
Oh, yeah. But not all the time. But not all the time. Yeah, you can try it. You can try it. Is it running now? What do you mean? Your cookie. For the score, go back and check. Did you Oh, now I understand when you say the score doesn't what is it? Doesn't reset. Okay, you can do this to reset the score on the GUI. So it is display score, the text, and then you assign it to empty quotations. Then it will also reset on the GUI. Is it done now?
Yes, sir.
Is it done now? I'm asking because we have to do the NPL. It's done. Okay. Alright, fine. So you're done with your quiz. So the only thing that you are going to edit is this thing of adding the other questions. So I said if you want to add what the other questions, you separate them by what? By a comma. Don't forget this. The score will show when you click on the next button. You don't have to. As you can see here, I have the score. Then my score is 1, and then as it said that there is 1. Let's see. So you see, again, because I'm playing for the first time again, but it's the second time based on how it is running. It reset everything, then now it is waiting for the user to submit. So if you submit incorrect thing, yes, it will stay like that. It means the user is not scoring any points. And you see when they click on it, if it is correct, it will show what the green, but if it's incorrect, it shows what the dark red. You see, then moves forward. Thank you. So if you want to add the third one, the third question. It means you're going to use what comma to separate them, and then you use what the same logic that we use here, which is new quiz question, and then inside you add what you add this, which is the things that we have been adding based on the getters and setters that we have inside the quiz question class. Are all satisfied? All of us?
Today, sir.
There is NPL. NPL. The NPL, the natural processing language thing. Are you fine with it?
Let's continue, sir.
Also with the activity log. So you see. You tell me how are we going to do it? We continue or tomorrow morning? Imza Mondovu. Do we continue? Hey, there is precious, yeah. Miss Mulu. Okay, fine. All right. Another thing with the activity log, there is something that you already have from your part 2. Is that thing of like it gets to capture whatever the user would be doing on the application based on like interacting with the AI.
Yes, sir.
Based on like setting reminders, you see. So let's do the NPL. If we are fine with the quiz game, are we fine with it?
It's working.
Onachi, is it working? Matlad.
Alex says, ngiyasho ukuthi ayi-4 no.
Okay. No stress. And then Tokelo Skipper.
Thank you, sir, for the lesson. Thank you, sir.
Kalela loco.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hey, where are you rising to?
Even if we continue, it's fine.
Okay, let's
Also,
create
sir,
a
there
new
are a few things
project.
that, sorry to cut you, sir, there are also some few things that we miss. Can you also, just a reminder to just
Hey,
share
I
the
will
thing, the
continue in,
link?
or we stop. Do you hear me? I'm asking.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Our recording will be available, guys.
Okay, then let's create a new
Be
project.
available.
MPA
I'll share the
processing
link in your
language.
for the recording.
So oh yeah. I'll put it on YouTube. I'm also recording, but not using micro. Yeah. Okay. So based on the NPL, I'm going to show you. We're still going to use the Garrison setters, ne? So based on training the module, by the time your program run, it will be training the module. It will be training what? It will be training your AI. So it is based on a module. So what happens is that what you get to store there, it will train the AI, and whatever the user try to enter, it will go through what? It will go through whatever it have trained your AI and check if indeed it contains related information, and then it will bring back if it is negative or positive. So based on this, you can use it for the sentiment detection. You see, for the sentiment detection on your part 2, you can use it for such, and also again for identifying keywords, or also for like fixing the user's spelling. Maybe let's say they don't start with like a task, but they put it somehow like in a different way. It can be able to detect it. That is going to help you based on that. So based on how you'll be interacting with it, it will be training the module. So the very same way that you are using the AI stuff. So
Is
what
this
you get to
one
enter
like
today, it
machine
could be
learning?
like something that will help someone tomorrow. You don't know. Most of the time when you go there, you put something based on the code. You are giving it a solution for someone. You see. So what we'll be doing is that first question you ask, it will be stored. So it will be training. It will be improving your AI. But I will not give you everything. You will have to do research. Yeah, it's kind of. It's kind of. Okay, let's create a new project.
Oh, say you fast. Oh.
Still using the same template. So it will be npl underscore train. Long-term support, leave it as it is, 8.0. Oh no, I'll show you the name. It is npl underscore train.
in Houston. One.
This is the name of the project. This is the name of the project. Okay. So let's go to the design. Okay, let's say the size. Already know for the height it will be 450, and then for the width it will be 800. And then here it's only a few things. So we will have the text box and the button and where the results will be displayed. So what you're going to do, you're going to implement it on your part 3 based on how it should it should respond. Should it respond in terms of like finding whatever the user enter, which is on the scale of 1 to 100, how's the user affected based on like I am sad. That means it have to be low. I am happy, it means it will have to be high. And then again you can make it in terms of it can bring back the answer based on like comforting the user or anything that you feel like put in. So we'll just go for a simple way, and when it gets to it, you only add few code to display something based on a message. Me, I'll only show you how to detect and how to train it. Those are the things that I'm going to show you so that you can be able to continue with your work. And then we are going to add 3 components here. The first one, that will be so we're going to use our text box, and for the height we're going to make it 20, and then for the width we're going to make it 200, and then it must have a name. This component must have a name, so we're going to use a name with an X. So say okay, motion, and thereafter okay, we're going to move it. So just say 0, 0, 0, and then we close it. Okay, it's showing at the center there. There it is at the center. And then let's move it from let's move it. Yeah, I think it's fine there. Then let's go for a second one, for a second component, and then for the second component it will be the button to search for the emotion detect. Then we have our button here for the height, also make it to be like 30, and then for the width we'll make it to be 200 to align with the text box. And then content, say send emotions, Okay, so for the margin, and then just put our 4 zeros, and thereafter create our event handler. So our event handler will be emotions. That's our event handler name, and then close it. Okay, perfect. So just move it a little bit by 50, shift it there. Okay, let's move to the text box. Show the results. Okay, perfect. Now we are going to show the results. We use our text block. And thereafter we set what our height. Let's make it 100. And then for the width, let's make it 200. And then no need to move it, I think. Let's just give it a name with an X. Say show motions detected. And then for the text, let's just say waiting for emotions. And then put it like this. Okay. Let's just move it. Seems like it went too high. Okay. 200. Okay, fine. Perfect. Alright. So this is what we have so far. Here on the event handler, which is the click one, make sure it is emotion.
No, sir. No, sir.
Hold on.
No, sir.
Hold on.
No, sir. We are finishing now.
You guys done? Eh? I'm asking.
Done, sir.
Yes, sir. Menier, can you please show me the text box thing? Oh, I sure.
Everyone is done, eh? Okay. Text box. Yeah, this one. Okay. Alright, let's go to the main one. Our event handler is emotions, so we can just copy the name, and then we go to the main one. It's this one here. So we're just going to put it here. This comment. And machines event handler. Okay. You know, the code is not that long, but it might be confusing. Yeah. Code is not long, but it might be confusing. So what we are going to do, we will have two classes here on the global, because I don't want to like complicate things. So we have our two classes on the global. So it will be for sentiment detection data, and then for what, for the prediction based on like along the way the user is interacting with it. Is it training? Can it predict? You see those things. So we're going to have those two classes there, and then they will be based on the getters and setters, so that can return information. And thereafter we have our global variables based on like read only for the ML context. So we have to install these packages or dependencies. So as you can see here, we have something which is what, like this, using what, Windows shapes. So now we are going to import for what, for the NPL. So we just comment there on top. We are on top here on the using system.windows.shapes. So we import what, import for the NPL, import for the NPL. So it will be using, so it's for what, Microsoft. ml. So you get an error. It means, as I said, that we have to download these dependencies. So we have to download them. So the packages are not there actually. So for the second one, so for the data processing, for the pipelines, this one is for the pipelines. ML, then data, then we close it. Okay, so now so far we have 2 errors. So never mind the errors. The errors doesn't mean we're doing a wrong thing. We're doing a correct thing, which is very perfect. Okay, and then let's check on our Solution Explorer. On our Solution Explorer, as you can see here, we have solution and then npl_train one of one project. One of one project. So
Yes.
under we have the name of the project, which is what the CJR thing, whereby you open your project, you use it for the solution opening. So now you right click on it. Right click on it so that it can give you the options. Look for manage NuGet packages. Look for the manage NuGet packages. They will get it. Okay, click on it. So when you click on it, look on top there. It will say NuGet for the npl_train. Once it says NuGet for the solution, you did the wrong thing. You didn't click on the second one there. You have the solution. You have what npl_train.
So how do you find the solution
on the one that you expanded? When you expand, it shows everything there. You click on the second one here, which is that one.
Yeah.
So it takes you to the installed packages, but you don't have what packages found, right?
Okay, well.
Do we have packages found?
Yes. Yes, I'm here.
Guys, listen to me. On your Solution Explorer, right?
Yes.
Do you see our Solution Explorer?
Yes.
You see on top there, we have an option of File, Edit, View.
Yes.
Click on View. You will see Solution Explorer.
Yeah.
Click on it.
Yes.
Okay, did you click it? It's showing
Yes.
now, right? You see where it is written solution. You don't click there, you click under. You see where it says npl_train. You right click there. You look for a manage NuGet packages. Do you see it? Yeah, click on it. It says no packages found, right? Okay. You see on the browser. The browse option. So let's click on the browse option.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
So we also see the search bar there, right? Okay. What is it that we are looking for? What is it that we were importing? So we're importing something like ML.
Yes, sir.
What is the first one that you get there? You get Microsoft.ml.dataview, right?
Yes, sir.
Do we all get it? And then click on it. Click on it.
Sir.
Click on the first one. Eh?
ML, ne?
Okay, okay. Explain. Where are you?
I can't see
are you where we are?
Data view. It's only saying tokenizer, futurizer.
We are
ML net.
Can you see my screen?
Yeah.
I'm under what the browsing option. Do you see it? Did you search? Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I can see it now. Yes.
It is Microsoft. Type Microsoft dot ml. Okay, click on it on the first one, Microsoft ML data view. Okay, you see on the other side it says what it shows you the version number, and thereafter it says what install, right? Yeah, let's click on install.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So it will fetch everything, and after fetching, then it will ask you to accept. Don't decline, accept. So after accepting, it installed what? It installed the data view. And then if you check on the side again, we have Microsoft.ma, right? Do you all see it? I'm asking, do you all see it? Yeah, click on it. Also do the same thing, install.
No, sir.
Oh,
And then accept. Don't decline.
yes.
And then after it is done, it will show what the green tick there. And then it will also show uninstall. So don't click on the uninstall option. So let's go back to the code now. Let's go back to the main class. Let's check. Now the error must be gone. Do we still have an error? The error is not. Oh, it's fine now, right? Okay, perfect. Now we have to go under what the public partial class main window and then window, where we declare global variables. So here we'll say okay, comment global instances and variables, modules. So the first one that we can have that will be for the sentiment detection. So let's just comment first. Two classes for the sentiment. Okay, so our access modifier it will be private class. So just say okay, this one it will be our sentiment data returning square brackets. Sorry, curly braces. So here we will have two getters and setters based on the text and also with the labeling. For the text out there, data. So you remember we installed a package of data view, right? So it will be public, say string. Yeah, let's just name it this way, and then do our getters and setters. So we will get, then set, and then again this one will be a boolean. So we just put it as a labeling, and then we have it like this, and then we'll get and we will set. Then with our first class we are done. And then detect all prediction. Okay. Alright. So just say private for access modify, then class. So this one only be like sentiment. I'll just say detect prediction. I'll just say prediction. Okay. You will learn about this by the time you start with the MVC and Razor pages, based on like testing and other stuff. I'll explain it. So you see, by the time I type, because now we are able to, we have installed our package, it is able to pick up most of the things. So now go for the column name, and then we just say okay. So what we want to predict and let's do what our getters and setters. So based on this, if it is giving you an error like me here, you can just put it inside the double quotations. Like this, inside the double quotations. Like this, if it's giving you an error like me, because I was thinking of like just create a variable here which will be string, then pass it there. So it will be a long process. So you just put it inside the double quotations. It will be fine. It will work perfectly. And then here we'll start with our getters and setters, and then just start with our boolean for the prediction. So they will have to be returned as like true or like false. So we'll get, and then we'll set, and then we'll continue, and then we'll set this one also public for access modifier. It will be a float. So this will help us to put what is the prediction based on like percentages. And then we will have our probability. Let's get, and then let's set. Let's go for this one, which is the last one, and then what is it that we are scoring based on what? Based on the returned Let's make it also float, but double could also work. But to avoid casting and other stuff, let's just float, because we're going to assign it with a float. Then now the second class is done. And then variables. So we'll also make it to be private based on the access modifier. This one should be only a read, you don't want to edit it. So it will be for the ML contest. And then just give it a name. You can just say ML contest so that it aligns. And then let's go forward for the second one. Just say private for the access modifier. Okay, perfect. So just use a prediction engine. So it takes almost like 2 arguments inside, so it's more of like the list that we have been using. So the first class to call there is the sentiment data, and then the second one is the sentiment prediction. Then so far that would be nice, and then we give it a name. So what would be the name? So we just say okay, prediction, is it already used? I think it's already used. Let's say okay. Just close this one since we are done with it. So this is what we have so far.
Dance.
They were done.
Fast guys. Hey, you guys are very angry. Okay. Alright. Okay, so let's move to this one. So here we have public main window. So under the public main window, we have to also initialize for our module there. models. And then what we're going to do, we have this one here, which is the ML contest. So we are going to use it here. ML contest, and then after we assign it to renewal, so we are initializing it here, and then close it. Okay. So after doing that, under the closing calibrates of the main window, that's why we are going to declare our method, which will be called, maybe we train the AI, train the module, so it will depend which one. So we just say method to train the AI or module, and then here, so just be private, and then just only the code, want the code to be executed, no returning of anything. Just say train. Just say train the module, and then like this, like that. I like it.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that. Let's just comment for then train data model or AI array or list. So we're going to have our list here. So let's have our list. Let's name it. This is a training information. So training data information. That'll be fine. Then let's go to new bundle everything, which is this is very much similar to what we did last on the what is it, storing information for the quiz. So inside you just break a line or skip a line, and then what you're going to do is store data. Oh, sorry, don't comment inside. And then we are going to have our new, which is the new sentiment data. So inside this one we have two getters and setters, which is what true or false, and also for what, for the text based on like the message, based on like whatever we have to train the AI for. So now just break a line like that, and then inside the first one that we have there is a text. So we assign it. When we assign it, You can say, okay, I am well, I am happy. Okay, I start with that. And then now for a label, and then you can say, okay, how do we label it? Is it false? No, it's true, because so now for the second one, so we can store like 4 here.
Yes, sir.
So I said when you want to add another word, which is the very same thing from the last project, you add what? A comma. Are we aware of it now? I'm asking. I'm asking. Okay, so we have our new what? Sentiment, and then put the calibrations, and then reline, and then just say text, and then can say I hate this. Based on this, is it true or false here? Just say false. Let's add the last one, and then last one, new sentiment data, and then from there text.
Yes, my true true baveza yazi mina true la kubhale khona true ine-error sure. Yes.
Oh, done.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I still.
Yeah, here.
Yes,
did you separate it by com?
Sentiment data class, Muslim.
There is label equals to true.
It's labeled.
Remove true, put false. Do you have label?
Oh.
Does yours start with a capital letter L?
Yeah, still. Language false corner kwani?
Yeah.
Yeah. True and lang pale corner true na lang pale corner false. After label.
So on the false it is fine. You see on the false.
Sentiment.
Where you said false.
Oh.
Yeah?
That's fine.
Is there an error?
Free. Yeah, sure, sir.
Okay, go to your class, which is this one here. Is yours like this? Is it a Boolean? Did you change it? Okay, no stress. Now it is fine. Okay. No stress. So remember on your sentiment detection last time we're using words or say like things like I am worried, I am happy. You see those things. So even now we are training this one using one the same thing. So here we also returning one based on the level of like is it true or false. So if we combine both of them, it will put what an emotion of we will see. So we will make sure it will make sure that it retains like a balance between the two. It will try to balance them. You see. So if you say I am happy but worried, so it will balance what it will balance both the words worried and also like happy. So it either brings like 60 something, but it is based on the tone of like or how you write your sentence there. So we can add more if you want to add more, but you will add more. So now you see here on this one, closing curly brace with the semicolon. And then that's where we are going. We are under that one. So here we say what? Okay, based on this one. Send the what? Send the info or data to the data view. Okay. Now just say okay, well, and then just say train the data. Train the data view module, and then we will use what the object name of the contest. Then get what the data, and after the data, that's where we are going to load from the numerable. And then what we are going to pass here, we are going to pass what that list there, the list which is what training data. So it will be training data, and then we are done. So now we send this information, which is this one here, to our module to our NPL so that it can train it. But it doesn't end there. We have to continue with it. And now we are sending the information to the pipelines. So you just put it as what pipeline. First we will repeat to use the object name for the contest, and then we transforms, and then right now let's just transform text for the feature size and everything. So whatever it gets to find, let's say that set it to be bold. It depends on the tone of the what, or it depends on the message based on how you have written the message when you submit there. So this is how it will be detecting, and this is how I will try by all it means to style it based on how you have sent the message. And then after that one, open bracket, close bracket. Doesn't end there. What is it that you're looking for? Just say features, and then your comma, and you say name of what? Name of the sentiment. That text. Okay. thereafter, don't close this line here. Don't close this line. So it is continuing. And then dot what? Because I want you to see it clear on this side. So we must append it from here. Let's just append. Let's append. We append what the contest. So it must be binary. It's not. We must classify as binaries. And then we are training. So we are training our AI. And after that one, so it must be based on like a regression, based on logistic regression, which is the first one. So you have to select the first one there if it pops up, and then continue. Open bracket, close bracket. So based on this one, based on the label that we have put there, so this is how it will be.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Can you all hear me? Alright. You can see the screens. Alright. Okay, we were here. So okay, that one, and then separate it. So say this is future column name.
Yes, sir. We are able to see it.
Say I'll also hear. Are we able to see the screen?
Done.
Okay. You tell me when you're done. So if you look here, there is no semicolon, so it is continuing from our pen. The reason why, because I didn't want it to overlap to this side. Because if I scroll to this side, you won't be able to see the other starting statement here. So once you guys are done, you tell me. All of us are done. Yeah, man. Okay. Perfect.
Yeah, done.
Done. Ini sir.
Sir, I'm not.
You guys tell me when you're done.
Sir, my PC is tripping.
So, sir, can I ask a question? How is this different from
okay, let's move to the
machine
event handler
learning?
emotions. So this is where we are going. So this
It's the
code
same
is
thing,
done. So you see, it's not a long code. It must be easy for you. It must be easy for you to implement it on your thing. But I'm asking.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Oh, it's the same thing. Yeah. Yeah, it's the same thing. It's not different. So this also allows you to use what is it? ISO, and also to use like any platform that offers an API, like that offers like keys you can connect to it. I can also use ChatGPT APIs. Um, yeah, almost like anything related to AI.
Yeah, I'm done, sir.
Yes, sir.
Everyone is done. Okay. Alright. So on this one, hey, make sure there is no space. There is based on like you see when we validate for a user to enter something.
Emotion.
Then let's collect the user enter. Just a string for a check the input of the user, then it goes to what is the name of the text box? It's emotions. So we are going to use, I don't know which way, it can validate for like species and other stuff. String.empty, let's use this one. It's null or what? What's the right space? Okay, let's say input. Then show message box. And we have our prediction. Create engine to get our project. So yes, clear a new sentiment data to get and return. And then this one is just on the text as long as it equals to the input. Okay, what is the name of the one responsible for show emotions detected? So then show the emotions detected and percentage. So we just show what emotions detected and the text. Okay, so we just say prediction. Okay. check for the null check. Say for positive motion. Providence. Nice party. Good prediction. Just keep it eye. Then go for the next one and then do the same thing. Close it like that. And then for this one you can say negative. And if it comes negative, remove emotion. Say emotion. How confident are you? Okay. Let's say prediction. So you can use the very same strategy to make it show or respond to the user. So I can't be giving you everything. You will do research on your own based on that.
So many.
But the code is there. The code is there to do that.
2 minutes. Yes. I think my things are not.
After this, run it.
This one is emotion. You can only send emotion. Okay.
And when you're done, tell me when you're done.
Sure. Detection. Yeah, sure, sir. So by the string input under the collecting what the user enter, it's a check for the text block.
The design. This name.
Mine is not doing it properly. It's giving me an error.
You find now?
Like the emotion.
Sure.
But yeah.
Yeah, so it is able to what is it?
Yes, it's emotion.
It is able to cast this one to string. You see, we're passing it here.
By the name, no, it's send emotions.
What do you mean? Like how?
For the button. Okay.
Emotion.
Yes, it's emotion.
This one. Oh, go to your design. Emotion. Scroll up for the text box. Is it emotion for the name?
No, what say? It's fine.
Okay.
I forgot to put the equal sign.
So you don't have anything which is emotion
sure.
again here. Emotion, not emotions.
No.
For the text box.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
And then let's go to the code. Where it says string input is equals to what? I wondered. How ya going? How done? Yeah, run it, test it. Nah, yeah, I won't run it up until you're done. But run it, whomever is done can run it and try to enter something based on how we trained it there. So if you want more, if you wanted to be able to detect more, you can go and add more. And as you interact with it, it will try to improve. Are you guys running it? Are you guys running the code?
Yeah, we are done, sir.
I'm asking.
I said, me, I was stuck at some point there at the back, but it's fine. I'll catch up.
I'm getting errors. Let me see. Let me rebuild.
It seems like we are done.
I'll say.
But I'm asking, is there anyone who's running the code? Where?
Yeah.
Error.
You see?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, sorry. We we didn't train the motor. That is why it is crashing. Okay, but when we're done with this,
Yes.
with the event handler for emotions. Okay, go up. You see here, under inside the main window, under this one, the contest. So you will call the train what the train
Ay,
the train module method, ne? You call it this one. Did you call it? Then let's run it and test. So it will first train the module and then it will allow the user to use it.
It's working.
Yes. So it's okay, ne?
yeah, I'm near a cookie.
It's working for all of us. Okay. Yeah, so you guys will see what you do with it. So that's how it will be searching. So you make it do what? Bring the like sentence, like maybe a word. see based on good. There is no good. There is happy only. So the code for bringing the sentence is there, and also the code for what is it, bringing the percentage is there. The code for bringing only the status of is it true or false is there. So it's up to you how do you populate it or manipulate it on your POE. So there are different approaches for this.
No, sir. No question.
Is there any question? Guys. Alright, so yeah, for the activity log, I'll just make a video. It's a very simple thing. For the activity log, I'll just make a video.
Sir, can I ask when is the thing going to be made available? Okay, great, thank you. Sir, now it's time for us to go eat our breakfast and stuff, yo. Yeah.
If no question, let's call it.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
Or a night. Yeah.
That's fine.
Today. No stress. No stress. Hola.